In the highest of your honor, we thank Union of BC Indian Chiefs for 15 years of support for the only National Aboriginal Veterans Day ceremonies, November 8th. We're honored that BC Chiefs helped us put up the invite for the November 8th ceremonies, and we're here for a friendly reminder. Upgrades, and we'll be at a new venue this year, and we hope to see as many BC Chiefs attend as possible. And as our 15th year, Lieutenant Governor was invited to attend, and other former lieutenant governors are being invited as well for the honors. And in the spirit of solidarity, we're humbled to be here to remind you. I know it's on your heart for our veterans, as 12,000 of our people were disenfranchised. We've been working with Veteran Affairs for 13 years regarding the disenfranchisement of our World War II veterans in a successful manner. So with that, we have a Facebook site, National Aboriginal Veterans Day. Any veterans you have in your communities, please post them on our site. Any tribute notices you would like to have for veterans, please post them on the site as well. In the highest of your honor, healing our nations of united resistance to apathy, we thank you for the honor of your time. Hoichika CM, best to the best of your endeavors for our people. We need your voice out there, and we pray for you as one of our voices of Indigenous people making a better place. And we're thankful that our people helped this country, as sick as it is and desperate as it is. We're grateful that our people stood up for 500 years to help this country and to stand on its own feet. Every now and then, this country is on its knees, and we're grateful that the strength of our ancestries help us to stand up this country in its weakness and its strength. As our child, Canada, we are not Canada's people. Canada belongs to the Creator, and we thank you for putting that humbleness out there to help those that are in crisis, including the Canadian government. Haitchka Siam, for the highest of your honor. All my relations.
Good. Thank you for the announcements, and at this time we'll move into the honoring of David Dennis Celebration of Life. Many of you came to the dinner on the 30th and had a chance to share some words, but the union wanted to set some time on our agenda, so right now we'll turn it over to David Dennis and the Chief Robert Dennis. My apologies.
Thank you. First of all, I need high heels to stand beside all my nephews. Even that doesn't help. Today for us is we want to deliver a message about David and his family. What David became in his life is very appropriate. Many years ago, probably hundreds of years ago, our village was attacked by an American tribe, and almost all of our people were wiped out. And the chief of the day decided, we'll go retreat in our territory and we'll multiply and we'll regain our lands back. So our people went back into the woods, lived there for decades, multiplied, became big enough to have warriors. Amongst that group, where David descends from, was one of the warriors, was walking around in our village and in our territory, sorry. And while walking around the territory, he heard another voice talking. He said, hey, that's our language. That man's talking Ho'ayat. So they met. And sure enough, this other group was from Ho'ayat, but they were captured in the village. And in doing so, they got together and planned of how they're going to take the village back. And the Ho'ayat that was a prisoner in our own land, him and his family went on the roof while our group went and prepared to take our land back. And one of the reasons we know this to be the story is that David's grandfather was given the name Yayatzpinuk. And Yayatzpinuk literally means he's bringing the good news of having found some of our people. So that's how long that name's been in our tribe. So David comes from a warrior family. We have a proud history. David's great-grandfather used to say, yeah, Witwak. Yeah, we're Witwak. Witwak is the warriors in our language. And he'd always say that over and over. And when David's father, you seen that picture out there? Itzwaya was his name. Said it was very appropriate that Clarence was taking that path. And if David's grandfather was alive today, he would say the same thing. It's very appropriate of the path that he's taken. So it's really honorable for us as a family that David has chosen a life of helping the unfortunate in our society. We in Ho'ayat are proud of what he's done and who he stood for and what he stands for and why he stands for it. Somebody has to. Somebody's got to take care of all our people, and those numbers are growing. We need more David Dennises in this world. And I always have the honor of being the uncle of actually all of them here. I'm the uncle, and I'm proud of my nephews, and proud of where many of my nieces are going. And it's good to see that our people are saying, we need to take care of our people. And when I think of David, I think of unconditional love. That he's the one that's going to go down and see somebody in trouble and gladly help that person. Somebody, another village, needs help of some kind. I knew David would be there. The unconditional love, the unconditional support that my nephew gave to different people around the province. When you're at home, it makes you feel proud. You feel good, you feel proud. So for us, it's really important. We're really happy of this recognition. Very, very deserving. And there's a part in David's childhood that I'm proud of. When David was very young, he used to come over every summer to live with us. And I was telling him the other day how his auntie unconditionally would just take him in, no questions asked. Just come on over, you can stay with us. And so I had that few years of experience and love and kindness living with Dave. And then to watch my nephew grow up and become the leader that he's become has been very inspirational for all of us. And what I'd like to do right now is to do a song. And the song literally means I'm lifted up now and my day is better. And that's why we want to sing this song here today. That you people here are here to support and recognize Dave for who he is. And we want to thank you with the song. And we also hope that this prayer song will help David in his journey. And I couldn't help but glance to my right there on the screen. I seen that the old Union of BC Indian Chiefs photo. And I know David's granduncle was in that photo. And so this fight that David carries on, he carries on from very good roots. And so for today, we're really happy to do this song, to do things that we done. We asked young Klitsnituk, his name, Klitsnituk, Indian agent name, Edward Johnson. That what, right? Yeah. He done what we call a tsecha in our language, giving strength to what we're doing here today. Actually, I should have let Ed speak because I like how he tells when he does a tsecha. And it really means, as a matter of fact, if you don't mind, I'd like him to explain that and then we'll do the song.
Chu naatich chani, uklama, klitsnitsuk, stakshikla, warhead. It's a good day. Stand beside my cousin. And the Sika is calling in our ancestors, to come witness the day. The story my uncle told about our people that were held captive and they went on top of the roof. But a little part of that story is where when we knew our people were safe on top of the roof, when we came to take our land back, there was a signal, and the signal was a Sika. When we heard that signal, we knew it was time for us to come into our territory and ask them politely to leave. But it's a very important Sika, but that's just a little bit of the story and how it's connected. Chu.
Okay, we'd like to now do a song for Hayu Kwishmik. Hayukwishmik, his Ho'ayat name. We're very proud of this young man because he does descend from our head chief's family in our nation. Hayukwishmik, David Dennis. Just in finishing, we want to say that we know Dave needs a liver. We know that he needs help. And I'll be in touch with Stuart because I've seen what's happening here. So our nation would like to be involved in some capacity there, whatever has to be done. And we'll come forward with helping in whatever way we can. I can say that because fortunately half the council's here, so I'm safe in saying that, right? That always helps. And you know, it is important that we get to stand together to now fight for someone who's been fighting for lots of people. It's time that we came together and said, you know, look, Dave, you've been fighting for us. You've helped us when we needed you. Now it's our turn to help you because you need our help. And we wanted to sing that song on behalf of our head chief, Cleishan. Cleishan is the Tai Hawit of our nation. It means that he's the head chief of our nation. That's what Tai Hawit means. So Cleishan let us use this song here today. And like I said, that song means I'm lifted now. my day is lifted, and my day is going to get better now. And with all the help here, David, we wanted to send that song with you because we know you need the support of all of us now. And all of us are here to support you and be part of whatever we need to do to help you. And to do that, we need to have a communication. Okay, what is that help going to be? And let's do what we got to do and do everything we can to help you. In our language, chu, kleko, kleko, cha chamate.
Claudia, will you come forward, please?
Okay.
My honored and respected friends, it fills my heart, it absolutely fills my heart to be asked to come here to share a few words on behalf of our Musqueam people, on behalf of our warrior people. My name is Christy Charles, and I come from the warrior lineage from here, from right where we are, down the road at Callahan. And when I got the phone call to come here for lunch and to honor Dave, I said, oh, I know Dave. I haven't seen him for over 10 years, but I know him so well. And his work speaks volumes, and it caused ripple effects beyond generations. And I was fortunate enough to grow up and witness a lot of the work that this amazing, powerful warrior has done. For everyone. And I was just sitting here with Sister Sade, and she's talking about Idle No More, and his face was everywhere. And Dave, you are such a giant, powerful being, but you are so gentle and so fierce. And it is such an honor to have you here and to always be standing up for our people. I wanted to share this with you. It's a necklace, but it represents our warrior regalia, a cedar paddle, and the type of beads we would put on our regalia. So I wanted to honor you with this on behalf of our Musqueam warriors, from one warrior lineage to another. Haishka Siam. Haishka. That's all the words I have to share.
Wait, Haskell, Tlachach Lahap, Slachlacht, Sinksil, Hilmichum, in Chai Squeeze Tithanit, Ginokanakin Sihuapm. Good afternoon, family, friends, elders, leadership. My name is Tithanit, and I'm from the Okanagan and Shuswap Nations. My name means standing by water, given to me by my tama. My late father was Saul Kenzie Basil from the Bonaparte Indian Band from the Sihuap Nation. He was chief there back in the 70s, and he was also part of the American Indian movement and the Red Power movement back in '74. well, before then, but he used to travel extensively throughout British Columbia and Canada with David's dad, along with Larry Joeface, who was Monty's dad, who is our brother, who is Joan's ex, who is also my stepdad. So at Dave's celebration, Dave, if you know him, he is always laughing and making people laugh and appreciates that. And I so appreciate that about him. But if you'll see the picture that I'm raffling on behalf of our family, I wanted to explain a bit about that and its significance and its importance. The picture that we're raffling outside of the warriors standing there at the Bonaparte occupation, my dad is in it, Joe Face is in it, and CD is in it. And my mom had that picture blown up and mounted, and we've had it for a really long time. And I shared that my mom would have wanted us to contribute that to help Dave in any way that we could, because she absolutely loved him. And whenever he would call and ask for help or ask for rides for any of the boys or anybody that wanted to go to an occupation or a blockade, he would phone, and my mom would let us use her minivan to go pick people up on the side of the highway somewhere random and drive them off somewhere to bring them to the front lines. I've known Dave for 24 years, and he inspired me the first moment I met him. And he was talking about all of the work that he had been doing, and God, he was 20 at the time. And he just riled me up. He was sitting there and we were talking, and he was sharing his passion and talking about what we needed to do to protect the land and stand up for our people and have no fear and have that courage, and what our responsibility was as young people to take up that fight. And he did that with so many people across the province and across Canada. And wherever Dave would go, he would get a following. People just totally trusted him and loved to hear his words and were so inspired by him. And he inspired so many of the young leaders that we have today. A lot of the warriors that you see coming to the front lines and standing up and having the courage. Dave was one of the mentors that helped bring them to the front lines. He inspired them to stand up and have a voice, and gave a voice to people who felt like they had no voice. And because he did so unconditionally, people wanted to help him, and Dave never let anybody help him. If you came up and asked him how he was doing or wanted to know what he needed, he quickly turns the conversation around on you and asks what you need or starts being there for you. And Dave's been one of those people in my life that has taken care of me, and they talked about warriors and how he's a war chief, and I truly believe that. And I know that our ancestors and our parents are so proud of him and the work that he's done. And he's a true warrior, and he's done so much for so many people. Warrior means more than just being the person who stands in the front. Warrior means more than being strong and courageous. Warrior is one that provides a safe space for people. And I told a story about, my life and how I felt very unsafe for a majority of my life as a young woman, and being taken advantage of and not feeling safe with a lot of men in my life. And I think that is what makes Dave a true warrior, because not only is he fierce and courageous and stands in the front line of everybody, he also creates that safe space for women. One of those rare, gentle men that have been the person that you can go to and know that you'll be taken care of and loved, and that he would never take advantage of his status. Stardust. He never takes advantage of his stardust. because we were talking, we all shared stories about him at his dinner. And everybody talked about, they compared him to some of the most amazing speakers in history. And when you get to hear Dave, if you haven't heard him yet, you're gonna feel the stardust that he sprinkles. And you're gonna think about ways ways to implement or put to action the things that he talks about, and wonder how you can bring that forward. And I'm just so proud of him, and I can't wait to hear him again. But I am so honored to be able to stand here and share some words about Dave and the work that he's done and how he's inspired so many people. And the message that he carries forward now. So I'm not going to say any more because I just can't say anymore. But I love you so much.
Yes, that photograph. Stuart was suggesting we should do a little story with it. Who was running around with who in there? So I was teasing Stuart about one of his exes in there. He says, "Well, one of yours is in there too." So, oh gee. It's such a beautiful picture because it really symbolizes the next generation that is Dave, willing to do anything it takes to get what we want for our people. And I always say, what we don't accomplish, we pass on to the next generation. And I also said that night that I feel secure because we're passing the torch to someone that's not only capable, but has the passion to carry on what our ancestors have done, and that's protecting our rights and protecting the people. So I really hold him up, because now I don't have to worry about passing on that torch. Why, Lim.
The other day, we had the wonderful opportunity to acknowledge and recognize the Charlie family for the contributions that Grand Chief Rose Charlie made to what's often called the Indian movement. And during the course of my remarks, I said in many ways she's the mother of the Indian rights movement in British Columbia, because of the fundraising that the Indian homemakers did in order to allow this organization to begin. So if Rose Charlie is the mother of the Indian rights movement, David certainly is one of the sons of the revolution. And it's always young people that get to a point and decide that there's just too much talk and not enough action. And we saw that a few days ago when there was 100,000 young people in the streets voicing their concerns about the climate crisis. So it's a real honor to have David here at our UBCIC meeting. And as you know, he's in dire straits. He has life-ending liver disease, and we're helping him in his fight so that he can survive. And Dave's expenses, and Jonah and I went through this 23 years ago. There's all kinds of needs that somehow Dave has to meet. So what he really needs is donations, support, and to help him through this very difficult time. I ask all of you to pray for David, for his survival and continuation on with his, with his journey. And I know that all of you understand what all of that means. So I want to thank you for your patience and for your time. Taking a few moments to acknowledge the tremendous contributions Dave and his cohorts, Native Youth Movement, West Coast Warriors Society have made to help us in our struggle. We all know that there are many dimensions to our struggle. There's the political dimension, there's the legal dimension, and there's boots on the ground dimension. And certainly David has, contributed greatly to that, to mobilize the young people. So we love you, David, and wish you well in your future endeavors. Chief Robert, it's just so wonderful to have you here and to hear your voice in this room, and greatly appreciate your presence and and the posse you brought with you here. It's good to see all of you. Bye, Lim.
Thank you, everybody that has spoken before me. We're taught in New Toronto just to acknowledge gifts that are given to you. It's improper for us to say thank you back, but quite often I find myself, I just can't help it. But I just wanted to take care of some business really quickly, and then I'll get into my diatribe here. But as I was getting this necklace, I was thinking about the ending of that first Star Wars movie. Well, they all get the medals there, and they're sitting there winking at each other because they know they're a bunch of bandits. But Sade, it goes without saying that I share your pain with you that you're experiencing right now, and I wanted to acknowledge your loss, and I couldn't begin today without acknowledging that. And we're here for you. I'll always be here for you. Now, I've been accused of speaking from anything from Malcolm X to Oprah Winfrey. So what don't you want? I guess I should begin with kind of how all of this started. You know, it started with a very cold doctor coming in and saying, "You better call everybody because you got a few days to live." And at that point, my liver had shut down far enough that, to the best of their medical opinions, that I had 2 days to live. And I know health has been on the agenda. I know that looking during the research, when we did the event, the researchers pulled up a lot of information on health, and it almost becomes a complete subcategory. Not that we brush it aside, but I think that we don't pay attention to it too much. And, you know, I didn't like sit there and start feeling like bad for myself. I started thinking, shit, a lot of people are getting really sad. And that really sucks. And I decided at that point that I had to make a change regardless of the outcome. If anybody has been through withdrawals from alcohol, they're a terrible thing to go through. I have 2 sets of medically produced enterolopathy, which is brain injury caused by traumatic events, hits to the brain, as well as when your liver shuts down, it produces too much ammonia in your head. So beyond the volume and the amount of things that are produced from this ammonia in your head, you start to have incredibly vivid dreams. And knowing me, like I just I can't give up that fight. I can't. You know, I have a family, and if you're able to get onto any of these guys' Facebook sites, I want you to take a look at my daughter Isabella. She got up and spoke. It was incredible. It was the highlight of the night for me. So I know that when we put words behind our ancestors and our grandfathers and our great-grandfathers and our teachings, that quite often we get lost just in the words and we don't come behind the meaning. And believe me, when you're close to death, those words have meaning. Those words have deep meaning. During the evening and during the event, we had a lot of conversations about Haslow's hierarchy of needs beyond shelter, beyond food. But the greatest thing that that's taught through that diagram, that's there is the base of it. And it's the need to belong. And that's the warmth and connection that we create through bonds, through alliances, through political unity. And there's no doubt in my mind that, you know, my grandfather and my father fit within this organization because they understood that teaching is a universal teaching amongst all of us, amongst everybody in here that has Indigenous blood or understands our struggle. They have that deeply ingrained inside of them. Getting back to Star Wars, they call it midi-chlorians. just means you possess this a natural ability to give back to your communities. And I recognize that you guys get the crap beaten out of you when you get back home. You know, I realize that, you know, not only, as Joan said, the political stuff that we leave behind, we also leave behind our own personal messes. It's because the human spirit is infallible. It has its faults. But I've been lucky enough to have some very strong people beside me throughout this struggle. Very strong people with very strong words, with very strong wisdom and connection and warmth to one another, and they demonstrate that every day in their work. And Stuart and Joan, we used to go to the night and day quite a bit. I don't know if any of you have been lucky enough to participate in the feasts that are there, but incredible. And I reminded them of the Slow Camp, which is close to the palliative hospice that I live at. And every day, you know, it's not scolding, it's not pointing fingers. It's just reminding ourselves that I've had luxuries in my life where I've had the ability and the platform to create that change. Today, is it October 2nd? All right, 4 months sober today. 4 months. It's probably a spit in the bucket to some of you veterans out there, but it means a lot to me. I always know when I start bringing it all in, I see Stuart looking at the agenda there. So I just wanted to just bring it back to the dream that occurred to me while I was in my sickness. We talk a lot about driving in the same canoe. Well, I've been a warrior all my life. I really understand it. I really understand where political, strategic, military buttons to push to our common person that works against us. I understand that in a really deeply ingrained way because I've been taught that since I was a child. I've also grown up under a woman, my mother, Angie Todd Dennis, who was an incredible woman. She ran for mayor in 1973 and came in 3rd place. My father started the Native Indian Brotherhood. He was behind building that political movement. My grandfather sat here with your relatives, your uncles, your aunties to help develop this movement. And we got to stop putting health as a subtext to what we're doing. We have to put it at the forefront. It has to be the tip of the spear. We're very good at articulating rights. I bet you we can probably ramble off all the articles of the UNDRIP and that other thing where we get lawyers coming up here with PowerPoints and saying this and that, and just like, all right, yeah, I get it. The world knows it sucks for us. But really what it means is that we have every single Indigenous person in this province has the right to sit on a platform of luxury that I have been able to sit on. Because I have great people and allies behind me, and I still have yet to be placed on the liver transplant list. So I may not get there with you. But I know that that there'll be others to pick up the flag. Shade, you understand the pain. You understand what sobriety and change means. You understand to remind our leadership of that. It's weird when I come to places and everybody thinks I'm just like this gun-toed man, but I'm not. Like deep down in my heart, I truly believe in the safety and security and equality that each of us are entitled to. On my way here, lastly, in closing, on my way here, I got an email or a Facebook message from a random person. And she said she was told that she doesn't qualify to be on the liver transplant list because she's an alcoholic. Even though that this paper that you've seen put in front of you has the provincial health authorities saying all of these things about what they're doing to create that change. So in my dream, and this is where you can take your notebooks out, is we have to get the brightest mathematicians and social scientists behind us. We have to recruit them. We have to tax the rich. We have to get the money that belongs, that sits in the federal and provincial treasuries, and redirect that back towards healthcare so people have a platform to sit upon in which to build a healthy life. Because we're never going to make the right political decisions if we're clouded in our brains. And the one thing that fixes that is sobriety. And we have to define that for ourselves. Ultimately, everybody teaches that as a fundamental goal of sobriety, is that you have to make that fundamental decision on your own. But that doesn't preclude you from transplants. That doesn't preclude you from us demanding that we have world-class detox centers. So we're going to go, and we're going to go to the MIT, where the brightest scientists in the world can think up an algorithm and come out with a number, put social science on a piece of paper that says this is how much that we're spending in booze and healthcare. This is how much we're spending in counseling. This is how much we're spending in recovery. And we're going to say we want that back in guaranteed taxationable income in order for every Indigenous citizen in this province to have 2 years of guaranteed living wages upon which they can build and rebuild their lives. And I guarantee you, that's when we're going to make the right sober decisions that we're going to create lasting change. So if I go down, I want to know who's going to carry that flag with me. I'd like you to stand up if you would carry that flag. Thank you. This is the step towards ourselves that they call it. Ourselves. Kuas. Real people. Tlimaksti. Soul. Hahakmas. Strength. So please do not walk away from this thinking pitiful thoughts of me, because I'm going to fight this thing to the end too. because there's nothing that I'd like better than to be behind you when you break those doors of racism down and kick some ass and bring some money back home for our people. So please, thank you. And thank you for your time today.
ACM, thank you for that. Just as we're transitioning back to the rest of the agenda, Charlene's going to be passing or bringing a hat around, encouraging you to reach for your wallets and make a contribution or a donation towards some of the expenses that David is up against here and now. So encouraging Charlene to start that now. And just a signal to the chiefs that sometime between now and 3:30, I've got to find some space so we can get to some of the resolutions. So we might end up cutting short 1 or 2 agenda items to make space for resolutions prior to the federal election piece that begins at 3:30. So in transitioning, inviting forward the Honourable George Heyman and Ange Smith. Would you come forward to my right, please?
Thank you, David, for continuing to fight. He's part Dakish too. And on behalf of the British Columbia Assembly First Nations, we would like to donate $1,000 to your needs for your health, and wish you well. Prayers. Masai.
Thank you, Regional Chief. Just also to share with everyone and sharing the same feelings that the union will also be matching the donation as well of 1,000.
Thank you for that. So transitioning into climate change environmental assessment. It's been arranged for very brief opening comments, and then we're going to go to questions and comments from the chiefs and delegates. So microphone 4.
Thank you, everyone. I'm George Heyman, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change Strategy. I want to acknowledge that I've been invited to join you on the traditional territory of the Musqueam, the Tsleil-Waututh, and the Squamish peoples. Very briefly, the government of which I'm part has made repeated commitments to take significant steps on the journey to reconciliation. It was an honor to work with many leaders on one of the first steps, and that was a revitalization of the Environmental Assessment Act, a revitalization that we're still working on that involves early engagement, collaboration, and consultation with Indigenous peoples in every assessment, at every step of every assessment, and the reference to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People within the Act itself. As we work toward implementation of the Act this fall, we have an Indigenous Implementation Committee working on dispute resolution, as well as the application of Indigenous knowledge, which is also an important part of the Act. And I'm pleased to be joined by Ange Smith, who's a member and the co-chair of the Indigenous Implementation Committee on that process. I look forward to the result. We've asked that committee to work from a blank slate of paper, blank sheet of paper, and build the regulations from the ground up. It would be impossible to come here and talk about British Columbia or our environment or our land without recognizing the impact, the overarching impact that climate change is having on everything. A lot of attention last Friday was put on hundreds of thousands of climate strikers around the world, 100,000 in Vancouver, actually millions around the world, and the focus of Greta Thunberg in starting the student strike. But what wasn't given recognition was the voices that Indigenous people have been raising in British Columbia and around the globe for many, many years, because Indigenous people are feeling the impacts on the front line, on traditional economies, on food, on the land that is your home, and on language itself. So as we move forward in British Columbia to address climate change by both plans to reduce emissions, but also plans to adapt and to prepare for the impacts of climate change that we're already feeling, it is critically important that we listen, that we hear the voices of Indigenous people, that the knowledge and the experience, the day-to-day experience and the historical experience of Indigenous people form the strong basis for the work that we do over the many years to come. And with that, I'll turn the microphone over to Ange Smith.
Thank you, Minister. Just before going to Ange, Cookby has some remarks first. Microphone 5.
Whoa, a lot of energy there. Again, Chief Judy Wilson, Secretary Treasurer, Union BC Chiefs, and Chief of the Nisga'a Indian Band. And I want to acknowledge our proxy holder, Councillor Cora Anthony there, as she's carrying the proxy vote. I just wanted to thank everyone for the songs, for both Grand Chief Stuart Phillip for the recognition, and also for Dave Dennis for his warrior way of life, and also explaining being a warrior means the peacekeeping and the protection of women and girls, and bringing safety to our communities. So in what the environmental assessment process, every leadership, every band has had experience with the Environmental Assessment Act and the processes that were used as a way for the Crown to rubber stamp those projects going through our territories without the respect or proper consultation or consent to First Nations rights. When the NDP government came in, they had agreed to massive changes that were required, and a complete rewrite of the Environmental Assessment Act was warranted. The BCA Act was passed in November 2018 last year. Many of you recall that. And the resolutions resulting from those had the First Nations Leadership Council being directly involved in that legislative review. It's a similar thing how we're doing the UN Declaration legislation. Since then, the role of the Indigenous Implementation Committee, if you remember, that's part of the Act, that we need this Implementation Committee. It was meant to provide ongoing consultation on the substance of regulations associated with the Act. And I remember distinctly many of the chiefs pointing out the regulations have to meet the free, prior, informed consent, and recognize our Indigenous laws. And there's a lot of discussion in that environmental assessment sessions I was in. And the Leadership Council is becoming concerned, though, increasingly, that the IIC is now being used as a tool to rubber stamp those new regulations without meaningful consultation. So it's sort of like we had prior to these changes something happening like that. Then we go to the changes, and then we have something, we're back at square one. And clearly we cannot be back at square one. And the Leadership Council is committed in supporting the IIC's role to be on the proper title holders, making sure the consultation, and will continue to engage on a political lever to ensure that is happening. So I guess what I'm saying is, I don't know if Ange is speaking to that. There's a lot of changes that have to happen, and what was set out in the Act has to be recognized and has to be respected. I'll turn over the current regulatory and policy development to Ange.
Hatmia, UBCIC, Lu Amkori. Simgiget, Sigidam Hanak, Kant Gubuosit, and subseben Lu Amkori win Gasam ama yuksatun. Our group, the Indigenous Implementation Committee, was brought together to review and provide advice on draft policies and regulations to support the new Environmental Assessment Act. I acknowledge that I've also followed in the steps of Bob Chamberlain, who was initially the co-chair with the BC Environmental Assessment Office. He's stepped down because he is pursuing candidacy, am I saying it wrong? Candidacy, as the upcoming federal election. So we wish him luck. And I had the good fortune to, watch a bit of what he was up to and step in his footsteps. And so I didn't have to come in cold turkey. I had a little bit of training because I've called myself a rookie on this committee. I'm Gitsan. I'm from the Gittimax Reserve, and I guess I'm going to start there. So for me, it was interesting to see all of the really wonderful First Nations women stuff that is happening at this table, at this meeting. There's a booklet that is with the Grand Chief, Dr. Grand Chief Charlie Rose, Charlie. And part of what they said about her was that she was bringing the voice of the community to provincial and national levels. There are a lot of First Nations women on our Indigenous Implementation Committee. There are a few men, but we're mostly women, and we're really getting a lot of challenging work done. Yesterday in a meeting, there was tough topics on the table, and I had a visceral reaction. I could feel it in my body, and I was frustrated. Being the co-chair, you have to kind of, what do you say? And I still had to speak up, and it was tough. It's hard to explain when you have a visceral reaction to policy and procedure and government and all of this stuff that's going on. So it was nice to be in that committee, surrounded by my fellow First Nations women and other IIC members, and to feel supported enough to be able to say, this is a really hard conversation, but I'm still glad we're having it. And the EAO there, this Scott Bailey and the other workers there were very good at hearing the hard stuff without it feeling like we're blaming them for processes that were wrong in the past, but to know that we're trying to make it better for the future. It's been important to us to understand that even though I'm Gitsan, I'm not on the committee speaking on behalf of the Gitsan, that our whole area, just as with other all IIC members, they still have a voice on their table. This does not negate it. It's just an added feature. It's a lot about relationships and incremental change. I feel like a lot of the work we're doing is really foundational, including Indigenous knowledge and other processes, and ensuring we bring the grassroots voice to the table to say, how will this work for the grassroots? How will this work for us? How will we communicate this back? So that's been an interesting occurrence in our table. We have really passionate, hardworking people working on this, and I really appreciate the opportunity to work with them along with the BCEAO. We also acknowledge the hard work at levels like this, UBCIC, First Nations Leadership Councils, and numerous other high-level political realms, that I also think that we need to build relationships with so that we could feel supported. So when we're discussing huge topics like consent and consensus, that we have the support of the tables to work together to be able to say it's not all on our shoulders, because everyone here at this table knows we work really hard and we have a lot of responsibility on our shoulders already, and sharing that responsibility is part of our community. and our support, and I really appreciate that. I wanted to talk a little bit about what Grand Chief Stuart Phillips said this morning, as he explained that he often has a sense of what needs to be said and what needs to be heard. We should all do a little bit more of that, because that's really all we're here to do. And I believe that's a big part of what we're doing at IIC. Hatmia.
Thank you. Opening up to questions and comments. Sorry, Mike 10.
I asked this earlier, Chief Fred Robbins, the Skedam First Nation. I asked this earlier about the accumulated impacts to the Fraser River. Can we expect something being done with that? I'm kind of sick and tired of seeing tailings being dumped, sewage being dumped into the Fraser River. It's impacting our salmon. With the big bar rock slide, it's becoming critical for the salmon. So I'm kind of curious as to what you're doing about climate change, because with all the minerals and sewage that's in the water, it warms up the Fraser River, and a lot of the fish don't make it to the spawning grounds. As for the wildfires and the flooding that's been happening throughout the province of BC due to climate change and wildfires, I'm wondering, is there a strategy around replacing all of the losses of the understory, the blueberries, the medicines, the teas, everything that was burnt up? Is there a strategy around how to rebuild some of those forests?
Cookstem Cookby, Mike 4.
Thank you. I'll deal with the last question, the last part of the question first, and unfortunately the detail of the answer to that is in another ministry, Minister Doug Donaldson in Forest Lands and Natural Resources. So I can't give you a clear answer to that, but I can certainly take the question back and try to get it. There's two things to say in response to the first part of the question. We know there's been huge impacts over many years that impact fish, impact water, and impact wildlife. We're trying to change the nature of how decisions are made with the new act, and part of that is to also provide a mechanism for cumulative impacts assessment and regional assessment as part of the Environmental Assessment Act. In addition to that, the Ministry of Forest Lands and Natural Resources is working on a land use planning criteria that would address broadly the issues that you are raising. I understand how critically important the impacts that are currently being felt are, and we need to address that as well as part of our climate adaptation plans.
Rebuttal, Mike 10.
Just kind of curious, because it's, as First Nations people, we sit around and we talk about the environment and about how one small piece, like a butterfly effect, and then we ask questions from our ministers and ask them about some of the very important information that relates to the next 7 generations, and still, as a government, it's passed off to someone else. I've sent out numerous letters to a lot of different ministries requesting information, and I always get a letter coming back to me saying, no, this has nothing to do with Flenrod, this has nothing to do with DFO, this has nothing to do with the Ministry of Environment. But as far as I understand, is EMBC should be involved in all of it, every piece. And how is that going to work, and what's it going to look like? I'm really curious as to how the government they're always passing the buck off with nothing being done. I asked for accumulated impacts 12 years ago on the Fraser River with no results from DFO. And DFO sent me a letter saying it's the province's responsibility. So I don't know how these governments are planning to remedy this if they can't even work together.
Cookshem Cookby, I've got a bit of a speakers list, so the panel, we're going to hear from the speakers and have you reply all at once. Mike 17.
Mai is question kilo Jean in Kiluchin. You know, I think I just want to really get to the point, and it's what's the real cost of not doing or not achieving the targets. We've witnessed in our home communities the stigma of vigilantism, of terrorist, of anti-Confederate people that have expressed for a century how important the environment and the integrity of the systems to function as they were developed. When you look at the ecological footprint analysis of 96, it talks about a finite amount of resources. The Clean BC strategy, far, far below acceptable levels, even in what the strategy achieves. My question, I guess, or my comments would be more in line with the legal reality in terms of the province's authority to extinguish an Aboriginal right. And when approvals are granted by the Ministry of Environment for things where our values are not considered in triggering the assessments, that there's a fundamental flaw in death by 1,000 cuts. 60 years ago, we could drink the water in Okanagan Lake, in the river that goes next to our community. And today, I dare you to drink that water. Our people have an insurmountable amount of knowledge that has allowed us to live for 10,000 years in our ancestral lands. And that needs to be very much weighted in terms of whose scientific data we can rely on. So I just want to make those comments and suggestions because there absolutely is a finite amount of resources that we rely on to survive.
Lieutenant Chief, Mike 24.
Chief Patrick Michelle, Kanaka Bar Band. Just so you all know, we like the EAO process so much we did it twice. And it pertained to a hydro project, and integral to the review of that hydro project was the impacts on cumulative assessment, which was not required underneath the EAO process, but we insisted that be done. That project had to articulate, is this consistent with harm reduction? Is this consistent with harm reversal? And more importantly, will this add the cumulative impacts? And through that process, through tenacity and perseverance, we were able to get the answers. That hydro project was given an EAO certificate with support of my community. Now fast forward into something called the NEB process for something called TMX. Now, my community participated in that review process for 6 years, and we wrote a letter that says, this is inconsistent with harm reduction. This is inconsistent with harm reversal. It will add to cumulative impacts, and we've said no. So the question is, UNDRIP says states are required to get a free prior informed consent. Well, what happens when the Indigenous people give a free prior informed no? It goes to the heart of the matter. And so I applaud our provincial government because apparently we're still in battle with the federal governments over this. I believe our government is saying that TMX is bad. But then the EAO process, that was counterpart of it. I don't recall EAO participating in that review. NEB was there. So it's really important that when we look at where we are today, and I just keep looking at it. So first of all, where's the consent? But secondly, when we're experiencing death by 1,000 cuts, To quote a young lady, ecosystems are failing. People are dying. How dare you? When we bring a project forward and we ask those questions, we're not trying to be obstinate. We're not trying to block. We're saying here, cumulative effects. Chief Dan George warned all of us in 1967, if you continue on this path, it'll lead to certain destruction. So when we're looking at this with the new EAO process, and I'm glad that maybe there'll be those sections in there, but at some point in time, you have to acknowledge if the First Nations say this is wrong, you have to take that. That's not consultation, that's consent. So I don't want to belabor the point other than the fact is that we are not doing enough to address climate change. And I want to continue to review the Clean BC because somebody just said it's far below what is needed. That recent IPCC report says that the marine environment is getting so bad and it'll just multiply. 24% more losses are expected in the short term in terms of the marine environment. Why would we allow projects to proceed that would add to that? Thank you.
Cooksham Cookby, Mike 7.
Travis Hall, Celtic Tribal Council. I've said it at a number of events and a number of speeches now, that the science is what's going to kill us. The science of recording things for 3 more years is too long a time. Some of the assessment plans that they want to do and apply their science is ridiculous to me when the information is already there from our elders. Like many have said here, we have to start maybe engaging in a process or setting up some quick board that says, well, let's listen to what their elders have said for eons and eons now. You know, my dad, just an example for fishing, my dad and mom says, you know, we don't want you to get in fishing because the fishing is going down. So my mom kind of encouraged me to study accounting, stuff like this. But, you know, I have a 22-year-old son and he's in third year university now. And, you know, it's a fear for his children, my children and my grandchildren that, you know, not yet to come. But, you know, we have to start listening to what the ancient knowledge is that has been passed down to us. Even stuff like cellular knowledge, cellular memory, like water having a spirit. Like these things are being proven in the contemporary science now, but we've been taught this forever. So I just say, you know, that it's time to just go and demand that the government start enacting right now. I hear this one young person state that, you know, you'll have the privilege of dying of old age and I'll be dying of climate change. So those are very strong words. We have to take them to heart and act now. So that's a common message across this whole table, I feel. And just that the ancestral knowledge of the people, of their peoples, all have the same feeling. So Wallace Kasika.
Thank you. Final comment, Mike 15.
I can't remember. I saw it on one of the news broadcasts.
Mr. Heyman, I spoke with you 2 years ago. I spoke with you last year. Now we're going to speak again in November. I'm from the Smilkameen, Upper Smilkameen Indian Band, and I would like you to come for a visit and look at all the contamination that the government has allowed to happen in our territory. We're not going away, and we're going to fight to get it cleaned up. And you said, I'll look into it. I'll look into it. Are you still looking into it?
Thank you. Responses and concluding remarks, starting Mike 4.
There were a lot of points.
Mike 4.
A lot of points and a lot of questions, and all of them important. I'll try to touch a bit on all of them. First of all, it is important that when people ask for answers, they get answers. We have not in 2 years been able to entirely reorganize the relationship between different ministries of government and the mandates, but we are working to communicate with each other and provide answers. So if those are not forthcoming at the end of this session, I'd be happy to talk, get your get your card and look into it. I don't disagree at all that we have finite resources, and that's precisely why we need to do cumulative impacts assessment, and that's why we built it into the new act, which I'm looking forward to coming into effect. We have tried to design a process in the new act that recognizes in the legislation the importance of Indigenous knowledge and applying that to the assessment at every step of the way in a truly collaborative process. With respect to TMX, the court has been clear. The provincial government does not have the ability to stop the project. I wish we did. I think it's a matter of public record how my government feels about the project. What we are doing in response to the recent court decision is revisiting the conditions and making them as strong as we're allowed to under the law. And finally, with respect to the contamination in the Upper Similkameen, I'll talk to you briefly at the back of the hall, and I will look at getting up there in this fall or the spring.
I just want to make a couple comments. Chief Fred Robbins, I hear you about the messaging, like on our table too, we hear the not our mandate, that type of stuff. And I feel like all the IIC members are also active community members and know the political realm to a good degree. We get pretty frustrated when our message is not heard. We talked about possibly working together, learning those relationships between the higher levels, political realms like this, to have a stronger voice so that we don't get to just shift things off and say that's not part of IIC. We say this is important, we're going to stand behind it, support some of these big issues, even though that's not our direct role. We're still keeping them on the docket. I heard this a couple times, the death of the 1,000 cuts. What we talked about at our committee also was one person made an analogy regarding a road and how on an EA level, possibly a road just seems like, you know, a minimal this, and everybody here knows that once you throw a road in, that affects this, it has ripple effects. I mean, you guys can fill in the blanks because you live on the land, you know what that impact is. And we need to have a way to convey that messaging of this is a bigger impact than what it looks like on paper. The comments about science versus ancestral knowledge, we had a whole day and we want to commit more time to it regarding Indigenous knowledge, how to incorporate that. There were definite concerns. Like I said, we have some really awesome committee members. One has, like, I think her master's in cumulative effects. We have people that know that statistical data can be used against us, can take up time and processes, and how do we make it more effective to be learning about ancestral knowledge, to hold our own people as knowledgeable, how do we document that? So those are definitely on the table, and so I really appreciate hearing the passion out there. Hatmia.
Thank you for all those questions, and what I wanted to reply to in a way to all of them is that, you know, our own Indigenous knowledge, our own Indigenous laws and our own Indigenous jurisdictions are paramount, regardless of federal and provincial government assumed jurisdiction and laws over our territorial lands, so the nations need to keep that in mind. The rewrite of the Environmental Assessment Act, you know, is trying to bring some of that inside the processes, but I think that's what part of the big struggle is right now. Over the coming months, there will be joint processes to develop the regulations and the policies with a goal to complete them by December so that the new act can commence later this year. So we expect the committee, the IIC, to produce the draft regulations to be brought to a province-wide meeting for the chiefs. The IIC members have communicated their frustration, as you heard from Ange, with the level of consultation occurring, and they should be involved in a collaborative role rather instead of only providing feedback to regulations proposed by the BC Environmental Assessment Office. The BC EAO needs to incorporate the upcoming legislation on the UN declaration into the development of the EA regulations and should not be unilaterally defining the meaning of free, prior informed consent. And thank you, Chief Patrick, for spelling that out for us. And consent or consensus. The next steps, I encourage the minister here to work with the First Nations Energy Mining Council to collaboratively undertake a province-wide meeting for all of our chiefs, all of our nations in January 2020 to renew the progress of the IIC and the regional workshops. So that's the key work we need to say to you, to minister here today, that the chiefs support that work, and we need to ensure, as Ange identified very clearly, that we're not just part of a process, that we're involved in that process, and we're not just being asked questions or feedback, we're actually part of that. That's the meaningful change the government had ensured that will happen, and we have to ensure that does occur. And like I said in the onset and the closing remarks, don't ever forget about our own Indigenous laws, because they're supreme across our lands. In 1910, in our Sir Wilfrid Laurier Memorial, our ancestral chiefs had already said that. So in many of the nations, you already have your respective frameworks. We're just, in cases of projects coming across our land, the government has to follow their own legislations and policies. Thank you.
Well, thank you to the panel, to the Minister and Ange. I encourage you to follow up with the chiefs directly, that I think would appreciate a little bit more of a response from you on their specific questions. As we're transitioning into implementing title and rights, just to inform our members and others that might be watching online, we're going in camera for this piece because it is a political strategy session. We don't want others listening in. As well, I noticed some of our federal candidates and others have made their way into the room. I encourage you to make your way out into the hallway as we're going in camera to First Nations only for this portion of the discussion. And lastly, when Charlene passed the hat around for David, you were kind enough to donate $922.88. So between the BCAFN, and Union's contribution of $1,000 each, that's $2,922 donated to David. This is on top of the coat and hat raffle and the 50-50 raffle, so appreciating your support. So confirmation that the webcast is turned off, please. Thank you. Technicians, if I call for in camera again, turn off the speakers that are in the foyer because we kicked everybody out and they could still hear what we were saying for the first couple of minutes. So in camera means only those inside this room can see and hear us for our technicians. But with that, the webcast can be turned back on again. It is on, thank you. So if somebody invites our candidates back in, we'll carry on with that piece of business. Oh, quite a few. Right up to the fish. This one.
Okay.
So right up to, we finish that one.
Big bar?
Yep.
Okay.
Those must be all fresh glasses of water, I'm guessing? I'm wondering if those are all fresh glasses of water. Yeah? Okay, they are fresh. Sometimes you have.
I have to leave by before 4.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yep.
I have an all-candidate meeting at my riding, so I'm the
Oh.
only federal party leader who doesn't decline my riding. I don't take it for granted.
Okay.
You never know. Don't take it for granted, Senator Goldberg.
We have to make sure you're elected.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
That's sweet of you.
Yes.
Would you mind introducing them, Don?
Yep.
Thank
So
you.
who's here? Jenny. Who's the gentleman?
The Métis guy.
And I saw Joyce Murray earlier. So Joyce Murray for Liberals, Jenny Bond, and Quick Down.
what is it? Breen? Willett.
Yep.
Breen Willett. And he's green? 18?
Sure.
Breen Willett. Oh, I'm on. I'm live.
You want to go back?
It doesn't matter. Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank our candidates for taking the time to be here today. While some of us are still getting seated, I just want to remind the delegation about the opportunity for tomorrow to hear about the UN legislation from the province. And if you haven't signed or gone back to our back table and you're interested, please take the time to go to the back table for the information. It's fine. Hi. Let's see, NDP. Okay. So I would like to welcome the candidates and thank them once again for taking the time to be here. We would like to welcome Elizabeth May, the leader of the Green Party, Joan Phillip, who's running for NDP, Jenny Kwan, who's also running for NDP, Jody Wilson-Raybould, running as an independent. Joyce, you are here, right? Joyce Murray, running for the Liberals. And is Mavis here? Mavis, thank you, Mavis. Mavis Erickson as well, and Breen Willett. I'd like to welcome you all and thank you for taking the time to be here. I know we are excited to hear from you. I think we all took part in the towing costs, and I'm not sure who won to go first. Elizabeth. So we will have Elizabeth May to go first. I was left without instructions as to how much time you get, but I know that an hour. I know Elizabeth has to leave. She has to go back to my riding and going to high school there. But I turn it over to Elizabeth, and I will update you as to how much time you have. Microphone 4.
Thank you. I want to start by thanking Musqueam Nation for the hospitality once again to be in this space with you. I have to do this. To raise my hands to all of you. Haishka Siam, it's an honor to be here again. And last time I was here was, of course, British Columbia Gathering of the Assembly of First Nations, BC Union of Indian Chiefs, and the leadership here I regard as, on most issues, my leadership. Grand Chief Stuart Phillip, I've always unofficially my leader so that I don't go wrong. It's an honor to be with my colleagues from Parliament. I don't want to rush through things. Chief Don Tom, of course, I'm honored to live on that territory of WSÁNEĆ Nation, and I've learned a lot from Chief Don Tom, and I'm honored to be here at the same table with all of you. I want to say hello, honor to all the elders who are present, and to all the observers, and of course the chiefs within the BC Council of Indian Chiefs. We're in the middle of a federal election, as you know. As the leader of the Green Party of Canada, I get pulled to all parts of this country. I left Montreal this morning, and I'm doing my very, very best to take a truthful and honest message of the climate emergency everywhere I go. I'm very grateful that the Assembly of First Nations meeting in July in Fredericton prioritized the climate emergency as a major message. The challenge I see before me in the campaign is to ensure that the message of truth, justice, and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples is clearly the foundational course of our response to the climate crisis. It goes together, not separately. So does social justice go together, not separately. And that's in an election campaign hard because there are many, many things that pop up that I don't think are really important. I would add to that, this is not my mug and it's not photoshopped. Never mind. I find myself moved to tears more often than not by recognizing the leadership being shown by our children. So earlier today in your proceedings, when Chief Mitchell referred to the words of Greta Thunberg, our ecosystems are dying, people are dying, how dare you? That strikes right to our heart because all of us who understand that the climate emergency is not a political issue recognize that we shouldn't be in an election campaign playing politics with the survival of Mother Earth. We should not be scoring points off each other. We should be trying to talk seriously about the climate emergency and how essential it is. There's no question that it's do or die, that we go off fossil fuels as quickly as possible, that we move to a society that can ensure that our children and their children and their children are in a hospitable biosphere, that Mother Earth continues to sustain us, but we know that we're in crisis, as Chief Mitchell was quoting Chief Dan George from decades ago. He's right. You can't continue to beat up on Mother Earth and expect that we can have life that continues and is sustainable. So I will ensure that I commit publicly again that should we win enough Green seats that I become Prime Minister, at the point that all of you pick yourself up off the floors from shock. But if that were to happen, and no matter what kind of clout we have in Parliament, we will make sure that the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples doesn't die in the Senate again, but becomes the law of the land, and that we adjust all of our laws and all of our processes to meet the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, that we act on the calls to action that reflected federal government responsibilities of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and that we move to implement the recommendations of the inquiry of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. It's essential. It's not going to be accomplished overnight, but on these issues, I will be immovable. It is critical that this country emerge from 150 years of oppression and colonialism and recognize that our survival depends on changing our worldview. Our survival depends on recognizing that the earth is our mother, and we will stand up and protect the life of all peoples, species, and our planet. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Elizabeth. I did find out we have 5 minutes each, and then we'll take some questions afterwards. If we are okay to continue down the line. Jody?
Sure. Well, thank you for welcoming all of us here to the UBCIC, the 51st Annual General Assembly. I am always grateful to be back home, and first of all, I want to also acknowledge the territory that we're on and thank the Musqueam people for allowing us to conduct our business here. And I want to acknowledge all of the fellow candidates that are running in this federal election and thank them for putting their names forward. Thank you to the UBCIC executive for the continued work that you do, and to all of the chiefs and matriarchs and community members that are here. Again, I am incredibly pleased to be back here around this table. Many of us were able to be here, and I know the regional chief is here at the BC AFN Assembly around this table as well, to engage in discussions as candidates about issues with respect to reconciliation and issues around sustainability and climate change. My name, of course, is Jody. My traditional name is Pugles. I am very grateful to have been able to have been the regional chief in British Columbia for just over 6 years. And I want to acknowledge all the leadership around this table for the work that you have done for generations, for many years, that have brought us to this place. Where we are moving forward, where we as Indigenous peoples across the country are having success as we rebuild our nations. The reason why the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is where it is, and why the Government of Canada has endorsed it, is because of the work of each and every one of you. The United Nations Declaration speaks, as you know, to 46 articles that are the minimum standards for the survival, dignity, and well-being of Indigenous peoples. And we, Indigenous people from across the country, have been advocating for our rights, for title, for the recognition of treaty rights since prior to I was born, and leadership that brought us Section 35 of the Constitution. As regional chief and as the Member of Parliament for Vancouver Granville for the past 4 years, 3 of those years being the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada, we have sought to work hard to create the space where Section 35 is recognized, as it should be, a full box of rights, of inherent rights of Indigenous peoples, and sought to create, and this is our ongoing challenge, a framework for the recognition and implementation of Indigenous rights in this country. This is what report after report has been asking for. This is the work of our communities back home as we seek to ensure we finish the unfinished business of Confederation. I have been very honored to be in the position that I've been as MP and as Minister of Justice. And I've learned a lot over the last 4 years. And one of the lessons that I've learned is that it is very hard to create real change. But even learning that, I am still incredibly optimistic about the opportunities that we have as Indigenous peoples, yes, but as a country, to ensure that we can move forward, that we can create the space for our communities to move beyond the Indian Act, for our communities to be self-determining, including self-governing. This is the challenge that we have been embracing and overcoming for many years, and I know that it is the work of the people around this table that will continue to advocate for that, to ensure that we can achieve real change. And I firmly know that real change will only come when we work together, when we move beyond partisan lines and actually do the real work that is required as a country. No one political party, however well-intentioned, has all the answers, but we need to work together on Indigenous rights and recognition, and also, as my friend talks about, on climate change. This is the biggest issue facing our time, and Indigenous peoples have everything to, every role to play in ensuring that we have a sustainable world, in ensuring that we tackle climate change and meet our emissions targets. Again, if we approach this in a collaborative way, in a way that builds consensus, which are the teachings of my ancestors, we will be able to tackle these big issues.
You're out of time, sorry.
Okay. Thank you. I could go on, but I look forward to the questions, and I have a gift that I wanted to give to Stuart later. Gaila Kessler.
Gaila Kessler. 5 minutes does go too fast. Joan, starting 5 minutes.
I tend to want to speak quickly, but is this on? Wait. Why hustle? Isquistamtion. I want to thank my Coast Salish relatives, Musqueam, Squamish, and particularly the Tsawwalaltooth, for allowing us the opportunity to speak within the territory and do this business. I was reading that little booklet, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and And quite simply, that was written by Indigenous peoples from around the world, but they're simply affirming what we knew we already had, the minimum standards of what we understand. And it's those rights that we've been fighting for ever since we were colonized 152 years ago. For the last 152 years, we've had conservatives and we've had liberals. And throughout that time, the wealthy have gotten wealthier off our resources and our territories, and the poor have gotten poorer. And just a few days ago, there was a statement that the 1% was the fastest growing revenues, and they're paying less taxes. And what a surprise. We are in a critical stage in our history where we need to choose differently. And people say, oh, we have to vote strategically. Strategically, vote with your heart. Vote for those that are going to fight for you, that are going to put working people first, that are going to tax the top 1%. It was suggested that 1%, taxing that 1% of those super wealthy, those that are worth over $20 million, could generate $70 billion over 10 years. In 1949, and I've said this before, people shared the tax burden with corporations 50-50. In 1985, it stretched from 79% to 21%. And I bet you today, that divide is even larger. We've got to stop voting for people that are not working in our interest. I'm really committed to climate change. I have 5 children and 15 grandchildren, and the things that we do today will impact on them. With my husband's genealogy, he can go back to 1672, and I tell you, that's how far we have to look forward to our future generations. And we might not make it there. The way we're going, we have to start choosing differently. We have to choose ourselves, our future generations, the elders. Our health is getting worse. Education is going down. The carfentanil drugs is taking our children. We lost a son last year to carfentanil. And we've got to get off our little heinies and do something different. And I really liked what Jody Wilson-Raybould said, because we do have to cross party lines. When it comes to our survival, it's going to depend on us working together. We have to look at the principles that we stand for and do the right thing together, because otherwise we will not survive.
Time is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Limlim.
Just before moving on, acknowledging Elizabeth does have to run. She's got something happening in her riding that's unavoidable, so she's leaving in the middle, but doesn't have any choice. And to the candidates, I want to thank you right now for allowing me to be a stopwatch and cutting you off whenever. It's something I must do. Jenny, you got 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much. and good afternoon. My name is Jenny Kwan, and I'm running for re-election in Vancouver East for the NDP. Let me first acknowledge the lands in which I stand today, to the Musqueams people for allowing me to be here as a settler in your territory. I want to say a very big thank you as well to the UBCIC leadership, to all the chiefs, the matriarchs, the elders that are here for your incredible leadership over the years and the many, many lessons that you have taught me. I have learned so much from you, and one of the most important things that I always take away is this. I will never forget these words, and that is that we united with one heart and one mind, that we're all connected as peoples, and that if we put our hearts to it, we can do and make the difference that is so very necessary for humanity. That is what Indigenous peoples have taught me, that we're connected, and it is about humanity. And that, to me, is what this election is all about. I look at Canada's history, and you know what? I have to say, I hang my head in shame. Colonialism, the impacts that is being felt for generations, it continues to be felt today, and yet decade after decade after decade, there are excuses that are being made. How is it possible that there is mercury poisoning right now in Indigenous communities taking place? How is it possible that Indigenous children have to take the government to court to have equal funding as non-Indigenous children for education? How is it possible that our child welfare system has taken more children away from Indigenous families than when there were residential schools? I could go on. And this cannot be accepted. This cannot be the future. And that's what we need to do, to stand together and to say no more. I come from the downtown east side back some 26 years ago when I was an advocating there, doing the work there. And I still remember the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls issue. When we raised the issue that we thought that there was a serial killer in the community and that we wanted an inquiry, a national inquiry into this issue, the police and others call us, people in the community, as somehow we were obstructing justice in that call. Right? And then, of course, what we now know, that there was a serial killer. We finally got that national inquiry, and the call for justice is sitting there on a shelf. The government, before the adjournment of the House, right? I call on Mr. Trudeau to actually commit to implementing all of those recommendations with a timeline, with resources, and to ensure that there's accountability back to the community, because that cannot be tolerated and be allowed anymore. And I didn't get an answer for that. So, my friends, we have a climate emergency. Indigenous peoples have taken care of Mother Earth for thousands of years. And for me, for the NDP, it's not about consultation anymore. It's about you being at the decision-making table. You have done this for thousands of years, and we need to respect you. And you know what? As we say with the pipeline on Kinder Morgan, on Trans Mountain, no consent, no pipeline. This is where we are at. The UN Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, it is the minimum to which we need to make that into law. That's the work that I'm so proud of MP Romeo Saganash in bringing that private member's bill forward, and that has to be the way forward. Inherent rights needs to be recognized, and this is how we need to move forward in this country. So I am very humbled to be here today, to learn from you, and to say to you, with my greatest gratitude as well, for the ancestors before you who also took care of my ancestors, the Chinese people who came to this land, who suffered discrimination, who helped build this railway, to build this country. And you know what? It was the Indigenous people who helped them to provide support to them when they couldn't get adequate food or housing. You know what? And in the face of the discrimination that you were faced with, And that is the essence of Indigenous people that I've always seen and have always learned. You take care of each other. You take care of humanity, no matter how tough it is and the hardships that you're faced with. Your hearts are so generous and so big that even in the face of those hardships, you're there to support the people who face hardships themselves. And for that, I am forever grateful. Thank you so much.
Five minutes starts now.
Hello, my name is Breen Willett. I'm a 42-year-old Métis man, originally from Saskatchewan. I'm a lawyer. Thanks for having me here to speak. I was a lawyer with the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. I've been a director at the Métis Nation, Saskatchewan, and I've been involved in the union movement. I want to take a moment to introduce myself formally by talking about my ancestors. My third great-grandfather, Joseph Willett Jr., was a combatant against the Canadian military at Batoche in 1885. We were fighting against them because they were pushing us off our land, as they had done again and again and again. And on the last day of the last hour of that battle, Joseph was on a hill with some other Métis combatants, including Gabriel Dumont. And Gabriel could see that the Canadian military were slowly surrounding them and they were going to be overrun. And he went to old Willett and he said, "Father, the Canadians are surrounding us. We need to retreat." And old Willett wanted to ensure that the men had strength. And so he said to them, "You men go on without me. I need to kill a few more Englishmen." Now, my family knows that that moment of bravado was done because he knew he had to stay behind and sacrifice himself so that the other men could retreat. He had his community, his kith and kin on that battlefield. And so in that last hour of that battle, he took a bayonet in the stomach and he died at 93 years of age. And I remember him and I honor him. I also want to talk about my third great-grandmother, Marguerite Madeleine Trottier. 5 minutes is nowhere near enough time to talk about this amazing woman, so I just want to give you the broad strokes. At 17 years of age, as a Métis woman, she was one of the earliest victims of the enforcement of patriarchy on our women, and she was put in danger, and as a result of that hubris, she was scalped at 17 years of age. And she didn't die. She survived. And she went on to have 2 children, and her son became the richest man in North Dakota, and he actually was a benefactor of Louis Riel. He helped to fund the first Riel resistance at Red River, which resulted in the formation of Manitoba. And when Riel had to flee Canada to avoid being hung, it was that third great uncle of mine who kept him safe. Marguerite Madeleine lived to be 85 years old, and I am proud to say that her blood flows through my veins. Thank you for listening to that introduction. Now, as a lawyer on the National Inquiry, I saw a lot of things I didn't like. I know that we can change them in this country, but to change them, we have to change this country at a fundamental level. One of the things that I appreciate about the NDP plan is that we are saying there must be free, prior, informed consent of every Indigenous nation that's affected by any decision of the government to bring forward a project. The nation, whichever nation, not the AFN, not the UBCIC, all due respect, but the individual nations should have that right. And as a Métis person, I appreciate that stance because the Vanderpeet decision set us on a course that gave us duty to consult, which isn't good enough. And I think everybody in this room knows that duty to consult is too low a bar. We need to change that. And the other thing that I want to say, this is my personal belief, this is not NDP policy, but I'm hoping that we can all work together to see it. I believe that our institutions, our system of justice in this country has failed to address the genocide and the crimes against humanity that have happened and continue to happen in this country. And I believe that the way we fix that is we bring in the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice, and we get an independent group to investigate, prosecute, and judge the criminals who are still alive today.
Time, thank you.
Thank you.
Your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you. My name is Mavis Erickson, and been at this table as a tribal chief of the Carrier Secondary Tribal Council in the past. I would like to start by thanking the Musqueam for having us on their territory today, and I would like to thank the people of Musqueam for hosting us today. I think the word that comes to mind is the song by Susan Aglukar, Hosiem, means we are all family in Musqueam. So Hosiem. I'm a Nakath woman from the Nakazi territory. My parents were the late Sally and Louis Erickson. I am a member of the Frog Clan. I come from a matriarchal group, and I come from a society where women have always been respected, and women have always played leadership roles within their communities. And I've been a part of the Dakath all my life and will be until the day that I die. My purpose in running for the Liberal Party is, it was a couple of things. It took a long time to decide to run, but in my riding in Prince George, Peace River North, we have the Conservative sitting MP who said in the 2015 debate that one of the major drivers of missing and murdered Aboriginal women is the lack of economic activity, or simply put, the lack of a job. Ultimately, when people have a job, they are not in despair. They can stay on reserve, and that's where we want them to be. Bob Zimmer said that. And so if the Conservatives get back in that kind of government that we're going to be facing, we'll be set back squarely into the 1920s. As a Indigenous woman, I've long advocated on behalf of the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And one of the things that I was deeply impressed with about the Liberal government was the fact that they were able to strike a commission on the missing and murdered women and girls. And they also were able to get that work completed within their last 4-year term. And there are many recommendations in that report that have yet to be implemented. It was an inquiry that we had been advocating for many, many years. Some of the women in the Prince George area that were named were missing from early as 1969. So the missing and murdered women issue had been going on for decades, and we'd never been heard. In addition to this work that the Liberal government has done is the work on truth and reconciliation. And in the last 4 years, I would say that the Liberal government has done more with truth and reconciliation with First Nations than any other government to date. The work has been ongoing and long and hard work, and work, like Jody said, that everybody at this table fought for. Some of the things that we wanted, and some of the things that our ancestors fought for, and some of the things that our ancestors died for. And we really need to be able to work with the government that is open to that. Right now, if the Conservatives get back into power, we won't have any of that. The other things that the Liberal government has done in its term is they've worked on the drinking water and made drinking water more accessible for First Nations and taken the water advisories off in at least 87 communities. And they've also been able to give a child benefit that's lifted over 800 families out of poverty. And I think that 800,000 is probably a lot of our families, our Indigenous families. We're always at the bottom of the totem pole. We're always the poorest. Our women are suffering. They have nothing to rely on but themselves. And it's a tough road to hoe as an Indigenous woman. And I think that...
Time is up. Thank you.
I'd really like to thank you all for coming here to listen to us, and I wish everyone at the table the best of luck. I think that everybody at this table needs to be commended for running and putting their name forward.
Thank you. And your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you. I'm Joyce Murray. I'm the Member of Parliament for the area in which we are seated, and I want to pay my respect to the Musqueam Nation for the fact that you're hosting this. It's been a privilege to be representing a territory where you are situated. Thank you to everyone who's attending this and all the hard work that you've done that other candidates have pointed out in this voyage of bringing Canada to where we are today, which is a long way from where we were a few decades ago. So I was here just 4 years ago, actually, speaking to this very group. It was a privilege then. I talked about our Liberal commitment to a new relationship with Indigenous peoples based on reconciliation, based on respect, based on partnership, and so much progress has been made. But there is still so much work to be done. And so I'm going to be making a pitch for supporting us in moving forward with you together to do that, to make more progress. So I'll just tell you a bit about myself. I was an immigrant who came to Vancouver at age 7. My parents left South Africa because of the racism and division in South Africa at the time, and inequality. After graduating from Lord Byng and traveling, I became a tree planter to make my way through university and met my husband doing that, and we built a tree planting business that took me to places all throughout British Columbia and Alberta over the years of building that. I'm a mom of 3 children and an environmentalist. So I did my thesis on climate change in 1992, and I did an MBA, and I have been pushing for strong environmental policy ever since. I had the privilege of being the Minister of Environment for the province of British Columbia for 3 years. And I just wanted to share with you a story of the highlight of my time as Environment Minister was up in Bella Bella with the Health-Sick community, where we were negotiating parks co-management with the Health-Sick for the Kitasoo-Hay-Hays Conservation Area. And we were sitting in a hall signing the documents. I was signing with the chief. The elders were there. There was a ceremonial drumming. It was a very, very charged moment for me and for the community. And a small boy came running into the hall where the families were all sitting around tables and there was food and celebration. I was sitting with a pen in my hand. The boy told the elders that the whales were circling in the bay. And so everyone got up, went down to the wharf, and there were literally dozens and dozens of transient killer whales circling. And the elders said, our ancestors approve of this co-management agreement. The hair was on the back of my neck standing straight up. I tell that story because I've had a voyage of learning about the importance of reconciliation, respect, and Indigenous traditional knowledge. I think that has been ignored and dismissed for decades, for generations here in our country, and it's time that we see that Indigenous knowledge collected over thousands of years for the real importance that it has for us moving forward in our country, on our land, as peoples together. So I am honored to be running in a party that has Mavis Erickson. We will be working in a very focused way to work with Indigenous peoples to protect the environment for future generations. Our liberal value is to move forward on this new relationship that we have commenced with you in so many ways in all of your communities, financially, from policy perspective, legislation, process, commitment. And so we do risk having Andrew Scheer with his buddies, Kenny and Ford, bringing back Harper politics and Harper cuts. So I ask you to think very deeply about that. A Liberal government will move forward with you.
Thank you.
Please support us. Thank you.
So we have now time for one question. Just before going to question, I said that teasingly. I think I'm going to limit you. The most candidates you can ask a question to is 2. So ask a question to a specific candidate or 2 of them. We're not going through the whole line. We don't have time. Mike 17?
Well, Sauktalsqui. Thank you all for being here once again. I just have 6 things. No, just kidding. I don't have 6 things. My question is, we did ceremony here today for a beautiful man that we all love and cherish. Will you ensure that the Indigenous people have the access to high quality, culturally relevant health care and mental health services as needed? You know, because very important to us. And how will you? So, you know, that's very important to our people. We're in a position where we have to eat restaurant food. So, you know, our health is decreasing. Obesities, diabetes, you know, heart attacks, it's all happening. It's real. We want to see it. And will you fully implement the United Nations Declaration on Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which is a high priority, very high. And I want to keep moving forward as stateless. We had Liberal riding in our riding for the last 4 years, and you know, as I said before, first time federal government has ever come to our community in 152 years. So we're very grateful for that. And we just want to keep moving forward on everything that we're doing, ACM.
So who are you asking that to, Sauk? 1 or 2 candidates?
2.
Which 2? Be specific.
Liberal and 1 NDP.
1 Liberal, 1 NDP. Who would like that?
And one independent. And 1 independent. Oh.
Too late. 2 minutes. Yep. Otherwise, we only have 1 question. What happened to the portable mic? Yep.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. Could we start again because my mic was off? Thank you. So yes, absolutely, we're committed to UNDRIP, and we supported that when a private member's bill came forward by Liberal member Tina Keeper in 2008. We supported the bill when it came forward in 2018 by Romeo Saganash. We have committed to, as a government, introduce a bill supporting the commitment to UNDRIP. And so we will do that. And we'll do it by the end of 2020. So it's we have said we believe and we support these commitments, and we are acting on that.
Thank you. Under 2 minutes, impressive. Mike 4. Mike 4. We really don't have time. Mike 4.
Thank you. Excellent questions. Yes, of course, we will implement UNDRIP and all 46 articles. With respect to healthcare, we do have a plan for healthcare, and it includes pharmacare, which is, I guess, health from head to toe. But more importantly, we're taking a holistic approach because there needs to be affordable housing. We plan on building 500,000 affordable homes for people. I recall back in the day when a lot of single people were cut off welfare, and we want to ensure that that's care for everyone is reinstated. Everyone gets a check, because we can't sustain our health if you're living on the street.
Thank you. Quick check-in with the candidates. You're on until 4:30. Does it matter much if we run a few minutes past it? Is anybody running off? No? Because 1 hour is a crazy amount of time. Mike 24.
Chief Patrick Michelle, Kanakawarni Band. Question for Joyce and Judy. June 17th, Canada adopted a climate emergency, and on June 18th, Canada approved TMX. So for Joyce, Judy, yes, build it, or no, don't build it.
Could you repeat that? Sorry, I didn't catch what you're referring to.
June 17th, Canada approved a Canada Climate Emergency Plan. Then on June 18th, Canada approved the TMX pipeline. I'm asking you, build it or not build it?
That was Joyce and Jody?
Joyce and Jody.
Jody, thank you.
Well, thank you for the question, and our Prime Minister and our government committed to build it. At the same time, we were able to negotiate with the Alberta government historic reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. Alberta is the most emissions-intensive province, and without their partnership, we would not be able to meet the targets that we will meet that we have set internationally. Alberta agreed to put a ceiling on oil sands growth for the very first time, and we all know that they have the jurisdiction to manage their oil sands. So putting a cap was important. Agreeing to phase out coal-fired electricity 5 years earlier than the rest of the country was important to us. Agreeing to reductions of 40% in methane releases from oil sands was hugely important. So our climate plan was enriched by Alberta's voluntary coming on board with a national plan. And yes, there is a pipeline that they demanded as a way to diversify their markets so their oil isn't all going to the Koch brothers cartel in the United States. We understand that there are people that feel strongly for that pipeline and strongly against the pipeline. And I was able to, and many other Liberals were able to bring to our government the importance of the marine environment. And so the government has made historic investments in the Ocean Protection Plan with hundreds of millions of dollars of co-management of the ecosystems and its restoration and whale protection programs, co-management with Indigenous peoples in this region. So we will protect the region, we will regulate the shipping so that there is less impact on the environment, and we will be reducing greenhouse gas emissions and meeting our targets. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Mike 4, Puglas.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And I mean, this is an incredibly polarized issue. I'm running as an independent candidate in Vancouver Granville, and this comes up fairly regularly. I was a part of a government that approved a pipeline in November of 2016. I will say that the conditions, from my perspective, have changed since November of 2016. I do not believe that the conditions are in place in order to proceed with the expansion of the Trans Mountain Pipeline. And I will say that for a number of reasons. We need to move towards a green economy, towards renewables right now, not wait for the proceeds from a pipeline to invest in renewables. I believe that we are in a climate emergency, and there's somewhat of an inconsistency with moving forward with the pipeline in that regard. I'm not certain as to the economic case for the pipeline, and there is great uncertainty as to the impacts on the environment, and even recognizing the investments that have been made appropriately into oceans protection. Bottom line, for Indigenous peoples, for communities around this table, there are still 6 cases that are in court with respect to consultation. And we missed an opportunity, the government missed an opportunity, and this is related to UNDRIP. We should have had a framework in place for the recognition of rights of Indigenous peoples and the ability to engage in discussions with Indigenous peoples who are the proper title holders of the land. I agree with Breen that goes beyond consultation and accommodation, which infers that one government has dominion over the other, but this government had an opportunity to put in place a rights recognition framework and delayed that. We need to do that now. The recognition of Indigenous rights in this country cannot wait.
Thank you. Cookby Fred, do you want mic 10 or 11? Mic 10.
Okay, I'd like to ask Jenny and Joyce this question. Around the education and the future of our youth and children as First Nations people, what are the plans around the day scholars, along with their residential schools? Orange Shirt Day is recognized, but the day scholars still hasn't been brought forward. I'm wondering, is there a role to play in the politics around how they're going to handle that, the day scholars and the education for our youth?
Cook's Jim Cookby. He said Jenny first, so we'll start with Jenny. Mic 5. Just don't start the timer yet. Just wait till she grabs the mic. Mic 5.
Well, thank you very much for that question. Education is going to be fundamental, I think, in terms of the futures for us and the NDP. The government needs to actually fully fund education for Indigenous children. They should not have to go to court to make this happen. Dr. Cindy Blackstock has been leading this fight with the Spirit Bear plan, and we will fully implement that with and in consultation and in collaboration with Indigenous peoples. We also think that, for example, in the province of British Columbia, Melanie Mark, Minister Melanie Mark has brought in supporting Indigenous people to be able to get post-secondary education without having to pay for it. We should actually use that as a template across the country, and we should be working with the provinces to allow for that to happen so that everybody has the opportunity to succeed, and we should be supporting Indigenous people in terms of their success in that regard. I come from a place where education is paramount for my family. My mom has a grade 6 level of education. My dad has a grade 10 level of education. I'm the first girl in our family to have post-secondary education. So really, we need to ensure that those opportunities are available to all peoples, and most particularly to the Indigenous youth as well. I would also say that culture saves lives, and we need to actually ensure that the work that we do is led by Indigenous people. So not to say that I know what is the best plan, but rather to say you know what's the best plan and how to implement that. Government's job is to ensure that we facilitate this work, to provide the resources and supports to you so that we can see see the successes that can be realized in our communities. And that goes for education, that goes for healthcare, that goes for the delivery of every aspect. Self-governance was what you had before white people came and took this land. We need to go back to
Thank you. Time is up. Sorry. Joyce, 2 minutes.
Well, thanks for that question. And we are utterly committed to the success of all Canadians and Indigenous Canadians especially. And education is critical to that. And so I was just looking at my binder of what we have done. I think and there is a lot of items that I could list in terms of supporting the creation of Canada's first Nation-run school board in Manitoba, building 13 new schools for 2,300 students, a new co-developed policy and funding approach for First Nations kindergarten to grade 12 education on reserve, providing First Nations schools with $1,500 per student per year to support language and culture programs. So it has been a very big part of our program, because we know that when children get a good start, when children can go on to university if they want to and succeed, we have successful communities. So, but I think what is really important is that we're moving to distinctions-based approach, where we are really looking at what are the needs in the Indigenous communities that are different, perhaps, from non-Indigenous peoples. And we are in healthcare as well. We are tailoring programs and co-developing them with Indigenous communities. So that is why sometimes things take a little longer, because we want to work with you hand in hand in co-developing and co-managing these programs for your community's success, because your community's success means all of our community's success, and our country is stronger for that.
Thank you. We've got 2 more speakers. We'll go through them and then come back to the candidates one at a time for concluding remarks after these. Mike 17.
Why? This is for all of you. Hey. My question is around the 2016 Auditor General's report in Canada's unreasonable obstruction of just and fair settlements to outstanding claims. My question would be, I think I want to ask Jody and one of the other parties. I really want to hear what Jody has to say in terms of how you will bring forward the voice of the underlying title interests in BC in relation to the resolution of those claims and the implementation of the Auditor General's report of 2016.
Liblim, we haven't heard from Breen, so he's going to be the second respondent. Puglas first. Mike 4.
Is this our final comments?
Got 2 more questions, and then we'll go to final comments afterward.
Well, thank you for the question and referencing Auditors General's reports. In terms of just and fair settlements and claims, we need to, and we have as Indigenous peoples, to and governments need to change the words that we use. Indigenous peoples are not making claims for land. They are, as you have said, the underlying title holders and have rights with respect to the land. The challenge that we have as Indigenous peoples, and the challenge that we have working with other orders of government, is to find the space for Indigenous nations to rebuild within Canada, to move away from the Indian Act, which is an impoverished notion of government that has guided improperly our governing institutions for far too long. How we create the space and the mechanisms for Indigenous communities to move away from the Indian Act and rebuild their institutions of government, to determine who their citizens are, how they elect their governing bodies, what their constitution is, and to decide for ourselves, based on our inherent rights of self-government, to draw down various jurisdictions, whether it be around child welfare, whether it be around criminal justice. These are the inherent rights that we have, and it's the responsibility when an Indigenous nation is ready for the government to move out of the way and allow and enable them to rebuild. This includes having lands in order to build and expand our communities. This is what talking about the recognition and implementation of Indigenous rights means, and it is essentially a third order of government functioning within evolving cooperative federation. That's the opportunity that we have. That's the opportunity that we had way back when.
Thank you. So just for clarity for the candidates, we're going to go to Breen for a 2-minute response here. Got another question over here that'll be aimed at a couple of candidates, and then after that, we'll go through each of you, probably giving you 3, maybe 4 minutes for final remarks at the end. So Breen, you have 2 minutes.
So at the top, UNDRIP has to be implemented. Our party believes you have to have free, prior, informed consent. That has to be at the heart of everything. Jody mentioned the Indian Act. I was recently at the NACA meeting here in Vancouver, and I told the delegates there when they asked about the Indian Act and abolishing it, and what I thought about it, I said it's apartheid legislation in 2019, and it's an ugly stain on our country that needs to be removed. But at the same time, as a lawyer, I cautioned them that we need to ensure that we don't undermine the sovereign rights to property of Indigenous nations by removing that. That piece of legislation does protect from a situation where an outside force might expropriate land. So we need to make sure that the sovereignty of that land is protected the same way the sovereignty of Saskatchewan is protected. Nobody would expropriate the province of Saskatchewan, and so nobody should be expropriating Indigenous land. And, you know, so in conclusion, we need to recognize inherent rights. We need to, I know there's an appetite to get things done quickly, but as a lawyer, I believe we also have to get them done right, because we've had them, mistakes have been made because we rush into things. So let's get it right as well. Oh, and third order of government better not mean municipalities. It better mean real governance.
Thank you. Time is up. Mike 10.
Chief Wayne Christian. This question is for Joyce and Jenny. Irregardless of who forms government, whether it's the Liberals, NDP, Green, or, God forbid, the Conservatives, Bill C-92 comes into force into effect on January 1st, 2020. What will your parties, the NDP or the Liberal parties, do in relation to the budgeting and ensuring statutory funding so that the nations that step forward with the inherent jurisdiction are resourced to look after their children? What would you do in terms of statutory funding for our children? Cookstrom.
Cookstrom Cookby, starting with Joyce first, because that's what Cookby mentioned. 2 minutes.
Well, thank you for that question. And firstly, I want to say how important it is that we do a better job for Indigenous children and families than has happened before. Bill C-92 is the expression of our utter commitment to that. And it was created in hand with the Indigenous people. So thank you if you were part of that. We've actually invested over $2 billion in new funding for First Nation Child and Family Services to address the shortfalls. These are long-term tragedies that have been going on for too long, and I can guarantee you, having sat through 8 of the Harper conservative years, when the $50 billion deficit was spent by Mr. Harper, it was not on focusing on Indigenous needs and their and families' needs. And when he cut his budget by 10%, it did cut services. So one of the things that we did is to invest massively in the needs of Indigenous communities and families. Another thing that we did was to create 2 ministries so that we can pay attention to things like the previous questioner, the specific claims process, and we can improve those processes around the transition away from the Indian Act and the kinds of rights and title that need to be recognized, and an Indigenous services ministry to focus purely on the services that the communities need. So we are utterly committed, and we don't want to see a conservative government undo this hard work that we have done together.
Microphone 5.
Thank you very much for that very important question. I think Bill C-92, while it's a good step in the right direction, but it does not fully embrace, in my view, what needs to be done. That legislation still falls short. And what needs to happen is, in fact, for the government to provide that leadership to actually go all the way. We've been talking about inherent rights. We've been talking about the impact of colonialism. We've been talking about children not having adequate funding and education opportunities and so on, right? So government needs to take that leadership. We can keep on saying Harper is so scary and we cannot let the conservatives back in all we want. But the fact is, the liberals and the conservatives had years and years and decades to do this work, and they still haven't done it. It doesn't have to be this way. We can choose a different choice. The NDP is committed to say that we will recognize Indigenous people, your inherent rights and title. We will end those court cases. We will not take you to court for you to fight for your rights, but what's inherently your right. We need to move forward to say that the path of the future is something different, that the opportunities ought to exist for all of us. And for so long, we talk about reconciliation. Reconciliation means that we need to end the poverty. It means that there needs to be proper housing, that Indigenous people shouldn't be living in moldy housing, that they shouldn't be still trying to deal with boil advisories, for goodness sake. We shouldn't be having to deal with mercury poisoning, and for the government to say, I'll give you a bottle of water. What is wrong with this picture? So for us, the NDP, we need to move beyond that legislation, and you know what? It is time for Indigenous peoples to be at the decision-making table so that together that we can see a different future and a different path. We can't talk about it anymore because too many lives and too many generations have already paid that price.
Thank you. Just before going to final comments, we're going to have a quick interlude with our 50-50 draw by our hosts here that we'll do very quickly. Dakota wins, how much? $220. So as I announced at the onset, our locals here are fundraising for canoes for their youth to get them back in the water, and they've just been presented a check by the Chief Ernie Campbell Memorial Foundation for $5,000 to go to that end as well. So I think when we started the candidates, we started from the microphone out, so we'll reverse that this time and start on the far end, working this way, say 3 minutes each will get us 20 minutes through the panel. Is that okay? 3 minutes? You'll have a timer, everybody will have a timer here, you'll be watching. 3 minutes, Joyce?
Thank you. It's been a really great opportunity to hear from you and know that around the table there are leaders from communities right across British Columbia who've been working on these very important and complex issues over so many years. The question about Bill C-92 and the Child and Family Services legislation. You know, being the president of the Treasury Board, I see many things come past my desk. And it's very moving to see that there is legislation that requires us to walk together hand in hand. In fact, Indigenous-led in this particular case. Indigenous communities First Nations can decide that you want to assert under this bill, that you want to assert your prerogative under the bill to take over children and youth services in your community, and our government will work with you on that. So it's just one example of so much change that's happened. I mean, of course, Jenny is right. There's still more to do. But there is so much progress made. And it's not just what we're doing, it's how we're doing it. How we're doing it is step by step with you. We're listening, we're acting, we're consulting, we're including, and that's the way it has to be. So I'm very honored to be part of a government that has taken this as one of our very top mandates. In fact, the Prime Minister has said many, many times that no relationship is as important to him and our government than the relationship with Indigenous peoples. And he's acted on that. He's pushed that agenda as much or more than anyone else in his team. So we may dream that someday there will be a Green government running Canada or an NDP government running Canada. But the reality is at the end of this election on October 21st, there will be either a Conservative Prime Minister or a Liberal Prime Minister and government. And it may just be up to you. It may just be up to Indigenous communities, First Nations, and your people, which it is. Because it's a big gamble to say, I'm going to protest the two big parties and cast a vote for another party. It's a gamble, and it could be dangerous. You could end up with Andrew Scheer as your Prime Minister. So I hope that you will support us and Mr. Trudeau. Thank you.
The timer is right in front of everybody. Just a respectful reminder. Mavis, 3 minutes.
Thank you, OCM. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank everyone for attending. I'd also like to remind everyone that one of the things that Mr. Trudeau, Prime Minister Trudeau, has said is that he recognizes the word genocide in the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women Inquiry Report, and Andrew Scheer said he doesn't. And I just want you to remember that when you go to the polls. I have great concerns about the Conservative government getting back in and setting us back into the 1920s. The other thing about the mentioned earlier that I didn't get the opportunity to address was we will move forward with introducing co-developed legislation to implement UNDRIP, the United Nations Declaration, as government legislation by the end of 2020. In this work, we will ensure that this legislation fully respects the intent of the declaration and establishes Bills 262 on the floor rather than the ceiling when it comes to drafting this new legislation. So basically, the government would be embracing the international law with regard to free, prior, and informed consent. As an Indigenous woman, as I said, I've advocated for many years on missing and murdered Indigenous women. I've also done a lot of advocating for Indigenous people in this country. And with regard to the last 4 years of the Liberal government, I've seen more done by them than any other government in my lifetime and probably in the history of Canada. And Justin Trudeau's committed to this relationship with Indigenous people and is working towards making a better life for us and for our children. And I really have not seen the kind of work from any other government. So I'd like to thank you again for attending and listening to all of us here today.
Thank you. Reset the clock, please. Green, 3 minutes.
Thank you for sticking around to listen to the closing remarks. Better than any other government so far is a pretty low bar. I'm thinking about a baby taken from its mother 90 minutes after it's born. I'm thinking about a woman who's alleging that in December of 2018, she was sterilized at the hospital after giving birth to her second child. Where are the criminal charges against these doctors that are doing this to Indigenous peoples? Why is there a double standard? I don't like it. In my riding, the race is between the Liberals and the NDP. The Conservatives have absolutely nothing to do with it. If it actually comes down to Indigenous peoples deciding who is going to win, then that's a good thing in my riding, because I know that the Indigenous population in my riding is going to vote for NDP. I'd ask you all to consider that in your own ridings. And if you bring in the NDP, you're not helping the Conservatives. You're helping push forward a progressive voice that speaks for everyone. We've got real principles about people, about ensuring that everyone in this country has an opportunity to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much for allowing me to speak today. I want to acknowledge and just say my deepest heartfelt thank you for allowing us to have this opportunity. You know what? This is a very important election. And I don't come from a place of privilege. And I actually don't think that we should just make the assumption that somehow this election is just either going to be the Liberals or the Conservatives. Anything could happen. In the last election, in fact, the Liberals were actually behind the NDP and they formed government. Anything could happen. It's up to you. You can make that change. And you know what? There's also a possibility where it's a minority government. And in that instance, you're going to need a very strong voice to hold the government to account, to push the government to account, and to get these things done. It is not good enough, honest to goodness, to keep on saying that, you know, we've done so much and there's more to do, and yet we've had decades upon decades and decades to get that work done, and we're still not there. Right? There's still Boyle advisories. Like, how is that even possible? How can we tolerate that? And that just simply has to end. You don't get to say that this is the most important relationship and then carry on the way that we have been carrying on. And it's just not acceptable. I feel this urgency to make that change. Why? Because climate emergency is upon us. Why? Because I see people dying in my community every day. I see people who are homeless at Oppenheimer Park. I see youth, teen suicide, youth suicide. And we have those motions in the House that we all say that we need to take action. And what has the government done? Nothing. It is just not acceptable. And so, you know what? I don't accept this idea that in order to keep Scheer and the Conservatives away, you got to do it this way. I do not accept that. I'm a fighter from East Van, and I've fought all of my life. It is because I don't accept the status quo, because I always color outside of the box, because I always charge through no matter what. Because why? As I learned from Indigenous people, your strength, your resiliency, your incredible ability to say, and to have that optimism and hope. That's why we're still here talking today. And for me, it is about that. It's about, for me and the NDP, being allies with you to lead that charge and to say no more. We do not accept the status quo. Government needs to stop taking Indigenous people to court, and we need to address the core of the issue with accountability, with timeline, and with resources. Make it happen. The UN Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People should have been law long ago, not now. But we're still talking about it. Why didn't we get it passed in the House of Commons? Mr. Trudeau could have said, you know what, Senate, we're not going to adjourn this House and we're not going to go to an election until that becomes law. They could have done that, but they didn't. We keep on talking about it and promises are made, and you know what? And generations are losing hope, and that's not good enough, not for the NDP.
Thank you.
Oh, 152 years of conservatives and liberals. Like I said, we have to choose differently. When we talk about the Trans Mountain Pipeline, it's a line. And from one end to the other, it goes through many territories, and it requires 100% approval, in my view. Without that approval, it should stop. It's going to increase tanker traffic by 700%. And not just that, we're talking about cruise ships that have increased this year by 21%. And that's an accident waiting to happen. And it's not just coastal, you know, Fraser River sockeye that race by these in those areas. We're talking about Okanagan interior salmon that come up the Columbia River system that will be at risk too. So no to the pipeline. And number two, with respect to children and families, my mom was a social worker, and she said the only thing that's going to fix this is a federal Children and Family Welfare Act and cut the province out completely, because we're big business. Every child that gets apprehended, federal money goes whizzing over into the provincial coffers. And I say no more to that. We need to take control. And we talk about colonization as if it ended. It still exists. We're still controlled. Our lands are still controlled. It still requires Her Majesty's signature and consent on all contractual documents. And that is absolutely ridiculous. UNDRIP needs to be implemented today, not tomorrow. And same with everything else. What are we waiting for? And the scare tactic is just that. It's just a way so that things don't change. And we need change, and we need it now. Right.
Thank you. Puglas, 3 minutes.
Well, thank you, Gela Kusla. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to watch the clock this time. Thank you for having us here to talk about important issues, to talk about the upcoming elections. I'll say a number of things. Elections are incredibly important, and you've heard from parties, you've heard from independent candidates. I say your voice matters, your vote matters. Vote for the person that will best represent the issues that are important to you and that will help, in the case of Indigenous communities, help advance the space for self-determination. I have been incredibly honored to have been a member of Parliament, to have been a minister, but I know that there's so much more work to do, and it's going to require all of us. As Indigenous peoples, as Indigenous leaders right across the country, we have the solutions. We need to put in place members of Parliament, a government that will stop making excuses, stop saying it's too hard or it's too complicated, but do what must be done taking the solutions that Indigenous peoples know that we have had since time lost in memory. There is no reason to delay the implementation of UNDRIP, to create the space for self-determination in this country. That is how we are going to improve the country, when Indigenous peoples are finally self-governing on their own territories in an evolving system of cooperative federalism. That's the opportunity we have. Vote for the person that will not make excuses, that will challenge the leaders to move this forward. I went to Ottawa thinking that I could contribute something to creating the space for Indigenous self-determination in this country. And what I realize is that Ottawa has a significant amount to learn from our nations who have been here since time immemorial in terms of how to engage with each other, in terms of how to cooperate, in terms of how to build strong nations. So I'm going to continue to go back with vigor and to do my part based on the teachings of my ancestors, the teachings of my matriarchs, to know when Indigenous nations are thriving, the country will thrive. And I'm going to say a couple more brief things. I don't know if my friend David Dennis is here, but I just wanted to say I love you, and I know that you're acknowledging David here. But I want to take this opportunity to talk about my pal, Grand Chief Stuart Phillip, and I know you've honored him, and rightfully so. I think it's 21 years, GC, that you've been here, 8 elections, and Joan said, yeah, 3 more years. And I know that's 17 minutes, but maybe you just forgive me. I came to know Stuart prior to the election, my first time as regional chief. And we formed at that time, I believe, a significant bond. And I look up to you. You are my friend. You are an extraordinary leader in the Indigenous community here in British Columbia and across the country. So I want to say Gela Kasla to you for the work that you've done and for always being that person who will tell me the straight goods, and I appreciate it. I have a small gift for you. Thank you, Stuart. I love you.
Gela Kasla. So to the candidates, thank you for being here. We are an hour and a half into an hour-long agenda, so thank you for allowing me to be a stopwatch to manage your way through it. To the chiefs and delegates, just to give you a heads up for tomorrow, as I invite forward Auntie Jewel to close us off in a good way. For tomorrow's agenda, at 9 o'clock, we're starting with resolutions. At 10 o'clock, we've got the provincial implementation update, which we'll go to that at 10 o'clock. And then afterward, if we need to conclude any resolutions, we'll do that immediately after that presentation. And then I'll manage the rest of the agenda to the best of my ability, but signaling to you that resolutions 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Microphone 1, please.
Well, you've covered an awful lot of territory today, so I think you all need rest and refreshment. So may you all return to your destinations safely and have a good evening. And I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. So 9 a.m. sharp.